check, check. Yes, it is. Hi, good morning. Good morning, Colleen. Colleen, these ladies are with the ITU comms. Yeah, ITU comms, yeah. I want to make sure. Okay.
Be a good one.
What's that, new trial?
We had a race last year there, but it's a brand new. Last year was the first race.
Yeah.
It's the second one, so quite cool.
Predicting rain again.
Last
year it rained.
It rained.
Last year it rained. Yeah.
No, I'm not. And they forced the organization to do drainage.
Right, okay, yeah, well, for this year.
Yeah, but it's ridiculous because it rains once every 10 years.
Yeah.
And they forced them to do drainage. It costs a lot of money.
Yeah, wow.
All right, good morning, everybody. My name is Dan Thomas. I'm the Chief Communication Officer from the United Nations Global Compact. And we are here in the UN SDG Media Zone, live on the third day of the Web Summit here in Lisbon, Portugal. And I am here to moderate a panel about AI for good. How can AI save lives on the roads? And I'm very pleased to be joined by this distinguished panel. To my left, Bryn Bolcombe, the Chief Sustainability Officer from RoboRace and the Director of the Autonomous Drivers Alliance. Thank you for joining us. Lucas de Grassi, CEO of RoboRace and a Formula E Racing World Champion. Thank you for coming. And last but not least, my colleague from the United Nations, Fred Werner, the Head of Strategic Engagement for the ITU, the International Telecommunications Union. Thank you so much for joining us. So first of all, Fred, why don't I start with you? What is AI for good, artificial intelligence for good? How can AI help advance the Sustainable Development Goals?
Well, thank you, Dan, first of all, for inviting me. And also, I'd like to congratulate you for putting such a good spotlight on the SDGs at the Web Summit. So that's really amazing. And, you know, the AI for Good Global Summit is very much aligned with that vision of trying to basically identify practical applications of AI and how they can be used to advance sustainable development goals. And how do we do that? Well, first of all, we can't do that at all. We can't do that by ourselves. So we bring as many people to the table as possible. So these are 37 UN partners, industry, top AI experts, artists, and even race car drivers, which is why we're here today.
Yeah, that's great. Bryn, tell us about RoboRace. I mean, why was RoboRace created?
Well, it certainly wasn't just to replace Lucas. That's not really our focus, you know. If you look at where the industry is going, it's electric, connected, and autonomous are the three mega trends for the automotive industry. So it's really about how motorsport can lead that innovation, can become and continue to be a place where technology is developed, the boundaries are pushed, and the public are engaged in that debate.
Yeah. And Lucas, you are a racing driver, a Brazilian racing driver. You've competed in the all-electric Formula E championship for Audi. Tell us about high performance and a high performance autonomous electric supercar. What does that have to do with this global agenda?
Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here representing RoboRace together with Bryn. And Web Summit is always a great place to share ideas and innovations about the future. The importance, first of all, let's talk some facts. Yeah? Between 20 and 50 million people, they get hurt on the roads a year, and 1.25 deaths. Most of these injuries, most of these deaths are caused by human error. And motorsport is a laboratory for all the technologies which will make the car faster in a way, but also safer, like ABS braking, like seat belts, like all types of crash tests and structural tests and so on. So the next big thing in safety will be autonomous driving. You take the human element out. There will be no more drunk driving because there will be no more driving in the future. So what we're doing with RoboRace is exactly that. We want to have to use the racetrack as a laboratory. We don't want to replace the human driver in racing. We want to create a different path in which creates a laboratory for autonomous to improve these technologies faster in this environment for lately be applied in the roads. So we hope in the future that we can make the roads much safer.
Thank you.
It's great at the moment because we were able to do a benchmark against Lucas. So I think it was just last week.
Yeah.
We were doing a challenge on the racetrack. Lucas sets a time, and then we see how close the AI can get. I think it got closer this time than ever before.
So you're saying that humans can still drive faster than autonomous vehicles? Is that?
Depends. That's a very tricky question. On average, humans are already much worse drivers than AI. So, but we're talking about maybe the top 0.00001% of the drivers, which are the top racing drivers of the world. They are still faster. It's almost like any computer game can beat me at chess, but it needed Deep Blue to beat Kasparov, so or AlphaGo to beat Lee Sedol. So talking about very, very high benchmarks. But I truly believe that in the next 5 to 10 years, it's just a matter of time for AI to be safe, to be faster than the human drivers in general. And if we can do that, and if we can compile, imagine that if you could compile all the best characteristics of every racing driver in the world, from rally to Formula 1 to Formula E, into a single algorithm that will take your kid to school. So that's how the future will look like, and that's why we think it's going to be so much safer to be inside an autonomous car, and that's what we're doing with RoboRace, or part of what we're doing with RoboRace at least.
Yeah. So, Fred, at the UN, we're not normally credited for engaging really at the cutting edge of technology. Tell us a little bit about how you got involved, how ITU is leading this conversation and bringing this towards this sustainable development agenda.
Well, basically, when we created the AI for Good Global Summit, we didn't want another talk shop. I mean, there's enough events out there that talk about, dystopian future, general AI, what's the world going to look like in 30 years. And we're looking at a 10-year timeline. So the way we think about it is, solutions that we identify and find today will need maybe 2 or 3 years to develop, a few more years to scale, and then you'll have some kind of deployment, and if you're lucky, you might see some kind of impact by 2030. So there's a sense of urgency behind the Global Summit and all the participants that are looking at the solutions that exist today, what can we do today, and the summit is really designed to generate AI for good projects on the spot. And some examples of these like practical hands-on projects, so the 2018 summit created a collaboration with the World Health Organization to develop an evaluation and benchmarking framework for the testing of AI for health algorithms. So for example, there's, if you develop a new drug, you have to spend $10 billion, put it through the FDA, maybe 10 years later, it's approved, right? But you have lots of useful AI for health applications where to detect maybe skin cancer with your phone or diabetes or what have you. And these are going up on the iTunes store daily with no kind of oversight or any idea if it's good or bad. So we've developed a benchmarking framework to basically evaluate the efficacy of these algorithms. And I would say the next big project that came out of the summit was thanks to RoboRace and Bryn. They came to the summit this year, and there was a call from the participants from industry for safety and performance standards to basically create the equivalent of a driving license for autonomous vehicles, if you will. And Bryn's been behind the whole, he's the mastermind behind that. And I think Lucas is maybe the visible face of that, being on the cutting edge, the front line of motorsport. And it's just amazing that they come to the UN and to UN as a platform to create international collaboration and standards in this area of work.
That's great.
I was going to say, Lucas is actually a UN ambassador. So it's the role that he took on earlier this year. So kind of got the sustainability and the road safety thing covered in what we're doing, and it's really important, I think, to both of us. So.
Absolutely. And why did you develop RoboRace? How did that idea come about, and how has it developed over time?
Well, I think, as I said at the beginning, we're really focused on the new technology that's happening in automotive and how to bring that technology to the public.
Yeah.
The best way to engage the public in the debate around technology is to have an entertaining sport, something that they can watch and enjoy, and then you can communicate to them about the messaging in the background.
Right.
Yeah, Formula E is exciting because it's actually motorsport, but it has a very key sustainability message behind. It's been very similar with RoboRace, what we're looking to develop. So, and I think the work that we've done with the ITU over the last 2 years has been incredible. You know, so the UN providing this AI for Good forum. You know, I don't know where AI for evil is, but we're certainly on the AI for good side.
Right.
You know, now we're looking to announce here a focus group for AI for assisted and automated driving. So that initiative has really come from our perspective in motorsport. You know, how do we regulate the technology, but also regulate the drivers and driver behavior?
Yeah.
And then how do we take that driver behavior monitoring that we've looked at and apply that to the roads so that we can ensure that the AI on the road is always safe, it's always driving in the correct manner.
Yeah. And Fred, where do the principles come from behind AI for Good? I mean, how do you decide whether it's sort of good or not so good?
Well, I think that's decided by the people who we bring to the platform. So, you know, the ITU, we're working with 37 UN partners, and the idea is that we connect problem owners with AI innovators. So problem owners could be UN agencies, NGOs, universities, people who have a very good understanding of the problems on the ground, but they might not know the technical solutions or the applicable AI or machine learning tools and algorithms that could be used to solve that problem. At the same time, you have a lot of experts from Silicon Valley and top universities who are developing cutting-edge AI solutions, but they have no idea what it takes to roll out a solution across, say, 50 African countries. With all the challenges that involves, whether it's just basic things like electricity or water or political issues, financial issues, and what have you. So what we're trying to do is create this matchmaking platforms where problem owners and innovators can come together and work together on these solutions, and providing that context is really important because right now that context is missing, and there's a big mismatch between technical solutions and actually real world problems on the ground, of which the UN, I believe, has a very good understanding.
Thank you. And Lucas, so much of racing is about the personalities, the stories of the drivers themselves. So how will we see that story change as autonomous vehicles become, will the vehicles have their own characteristics that appeal to the mass public?
Yeah, they could. They could be avatars, they could be gamification of a personality or few personalities. But again, using the analogy of chess, it's not that because there is a machine that can beat all humans, that humans don't play chess with each other. So with the motorsport it will be the same. Even if you create a master algorithm that is the best driver of the world, people still see and still exists driver racing against drivers, like go-karting, F1, Formula E. It'll always be about the driver, about the human aspect. But what is interesting about RoboRace, it creates a new branch. It creates a new, probably a very, very, still not recognized by the motorsport industry, but probably the biggest new branch that you can attract investment technologies, companies into motorsport. So we'll only increase the sport, not threaten it.
I was going to say, if you look at the work that we're doing in motorsport, we've now created an R&D platform for this technology. So we've engaged with a lot of universities around the world, and a lot of that code is now being open sourced, so it becomes available. So when we talk about motorsport driving innovation, it's open innovation as well, and that's pretty unique in most motorsport categories.
It never happened before, and we are in. So what happened in the last 10 years in the automotive industry? It changed it more than it did the previous 100. And the next 10 will be even more changes to come. So the automotive industry will suffer with less cars being sold, with this no ownership or less ownership of mobility, use mobility as a service, like Uber, like all these apps, or even the electric scooters and bikes that you see around. So mobility will be much more of a flowing trend than only having cars or motorcycles, or this will revolutionize to electric, and then will revolutionize to autonomous. Like it will make, I was looking at the goals here, and will make the mobility much more accessible. An autonomous electric car will have the total operational cost per kilometer on around 1/10 of the current car. So actually we democratize personal mobility in a way that will give access to poorer people to much better mobility in general. So the implications are huge. What we're doing is just the tip of the iceberg, but the ramifications are huge.
Yeah, we normally focus on goal 3 in terms of the lives lost, and then, as Lucas was saying, on 11 for sustainable cities. Inequality is also a key thing for us.
Right.
And if you look at where the road deaths are occurring around the world, I think it's more than 85% are in low and middle income countries. So a lot of the technology that's being deployed and developed in America, in Europe, in China, at the moment, we need to find a way to make that more cost effective. We need to find a way to actually get that technology to where those accidents are occurring. Yeah, motorsport can play a key role in helping that development, but the cost of the equipment, the cost of the software, that needs to come down significantly to impact global road deaths.
Well, Bryn, Lucas, Fred, thank you so much for joining us here in the SDG Media Zone. As I said, we're live at the Web Summit in Lisbon, Portugal. It's been a real pleasure talking to you, learning more about AI for good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Super. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for being here for this session this afternoon. I think it's this afternoon now. We're at the Web Summit here in Lisbon, and we're broadcasting from the UN SDG Media Zone. We are live on UN Web TV and a number of other social media platforms. So thank you very much for joining us here. We have a very interesting and topical subject, which is about leadership in business to help us meet these Sustainable Development Goals. And we've recently, in partnership with Accenture, done a significant and a major study on leadership with that absolutely in mind. Business leaders and how they are contributing today towards the Sustainable Development Goals, and also what are the barriers, what are the trends that are going on in the world, geopolitical sense, but primarily two areas very, very important is in gender and in climate. And what's happening in the world and how is that affecting the ability for businesses to take leadership and for CEOs to do that. We're very, very privileged to be joined today by Yves Bernard, who is the technology IT lead in Europe and the CEO of technology in Europe. So he's going to be able to give us a very good perspective of both leadership and also how technology can help progress our goals. So thank you very much for being with us today, Yves.
Thank you.
I'm going to start with the broad and then we'll go down to the more specific. And love to hear from you a little bit about what are the big takeouts from this study that Accenture have done with us today?
Thank you. So the study was based on the 2030 goals that you have set globally, and I think there is many countries who are part of it. And the action was really to see that this is the decade to deliver. So what has really to be done by 2030 to make this ambition a reality? And what was surprising is that I would say only like 21% of CEO, were believe that they have a big role to play, and a lot say that they have to play a bigger role. So it's like there is some on, and a lot of CEO not still on board. And the study was showing that in companies they really need to raise the ambition, because it's kind of easy to concur to it, but whether you're going to put it in your strategy, that's another story. Second, what they say is that they need a lot much more to collaborate. It's not like one company will succeed contributing to it, but it's like an ecosystem going together to solve a problem in a country that can work, because individual initiatives are hardly successful if we look to the level of ambition. And the third thing that the study was looking is that there are what is key is that the CEO is putting it on his agenda. That means they lead it by themselves. I mean, believing that some people within the team, their teams will do it because they just want to do it, that's not a reality. So what the study says is that, two things. One, it shows that some initiative, may not require technology, but we are here in Web Summit, so I have to say that a lot of technologies can contribute to those. So whether they are digital technology, whether it is AI, whether it is blockchain, like for the refugees, I mean, there are soft technologies, physical technology like robotics as well can contribute, or material sciences, and the last one is biological, like biotechnologies that are the type of technology that we can take. So those three, I think that's what the study was looking at. If we leverage technology correctly, those three can be a huge contributor to achieve 2030 goals. So a way to go, I would say, but I think technology can be seen as an accelerator. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, thinking about delivering the goals, it's very much like how CEOs should be looking at how they deliver their business, which is, okay, we have some goals, we have some practices, but how do I embed it right through my business, is what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly. I think the way it has to be managed is like, in my business, personally, I give to my team 3 simple objectives. One objective is around the growth of the revenue. Obviously, it has to be profitable, so they have a profitable objective, and they have a diversity objective. So it's like I have put diversity as a business goal, and they have to achieve the 3 to get the right feedback, right, the right reward. And I think sustainable goal, as a CEO of a global company, you have to pick and choose which one you want to address, with who, and you put it on the top. And anyone who wants to understand what is the company objective, they will just see it. So the employee will see it, the board will see it, the shareholders will see it, anyone will see it. It is going to be in any communication. Then when everyone in the company sees that, they will say, oh, I may need to find a way to contribute to that thing. And I think the CEO needs to be as well personally then rewarded at the best if they achieve that goal as well. I mean, the financial is nice, but it's not enough anymore. They need to be, I will call it like, they need to be a responsible business. Do something else than delivering the numbers. Not only treating well the people, but delivering that goal. That means being a responsible business, I believe.
That's fantastic. That's exactly what we want to hear. And do you see any barriers to that when you're actually implementing that deep into your targets and into your goals? Do you see any barriers that the company, the organization finds?
Yes, I'm sure there are many, but I see one. I see one, which is when you drive a business, of course, when you are in technology, it's growing all the time, so usually if you do right, your business will develop. There are so many business where there is ups and downs. And it's so easy when there is a down to stop this. It's too easy. I mean, because you are putting resources, you are putting manpower, you are putting dollars to achieve the sustainable goal. And when the business goes down, I guess some of them will easily say, I'm going to stop that thing to reroute the finance to get the rest of the business better. And I think for me, that's the main barrier, because all the rest really can be addressed, getting people on board, getting them motivated about it. I mean, young generation, I mean, maybe, I'm not sure I'm part of it anymore, but we are part of it, right? We are. They are motivated by those things. It's pretty easy to get them on. But it's very easy to cut the financing of it. So I think that's the main barrier, I believe, yeah.
Yeah, so it's pure leadership.
It's pure leadership.
It's purely no different than any other thing that you're trying to transformation that you're trying to have in your business.
Yeah, courage. Yeah, I think it is. I mean, CEO needs to have the courage to stick to their commitment and continue to execute whatever's going to happen. Yes.
So, and you mentioned at the beginning that the study showed there's a lot of interest in delivering this through the goals, and clearly you've outlined from your own personal experience it's a leadership challenge, but only 21% of CEOs are saying that they're really having traction and finding it hard to embed it deep into their business. Do you think that, looking at the companies that you serve and you give advice to, can technology help them on this journey?
Well, I think yes, technology is there to help, because I believe there is a lot of technology that are contributing to achieve those goals. I mean, there are many companies like Coca-Cola, I've seen, are doing it. Rabobank is doing it in terms of inclusion. I saw as well Enel doing it on CO2 consumptions. And all of them are leveraging technology to achieve that. It's like in the business, technology is an accelerator. You have to rotate yourself to the new. Every company becomes a software company. So every process, even the one related to this, requires technology, because those ones, I believe, are most of them like you will contribute to it like you run a company. So if as a large company like you are Coca-Cola and others, or I'm working with NG or some other company, they are all becoming a software company somehow in their core business. So they know how to do it, they learn how to do it, they know how to do it, they do it. So I think they have the capability to apply it there, yes.
And do you have any particular technology projects that you're most passionate about that you think it can really help us deliver the goals?
Or maybe on my personal experience, yeah. Well, there is one. I mean, the goal number 6 on top of here is around clean water. And as you know, there is about close to 3 billion people who don't have any access to drinkable water. So what we did some long years ago is that we started with some large company, many companies like Danone, and we worked together to set up in Cambodia to start with, and now it's in 4 countries, to find a way to go to places where there will never be drinkable water coming to the home. And they can't, these people, afford to buy the water. So what we did is that we set up what we call a social business, where we go to places where there is water but not drinkable at all. You know, it can be a river, it can be, you know, whatever. We make an investment to set up the infrastructure. We are pumping that water from the place. We filter it. We put it in a pack of like 25 liters, and we send it to the user at the end, and that person buys it between 1 or 2 cents a liter, which is pretty cheap versus you know, the water you buy in hotels. Like yesterday, it's like 300 times cheaper. You know, that's what you buy here, and that money is there to pay the entrepreneur, to pay his employee, and to pay the maintenance of the equipment. And there is some technology to filter. There is some technology to manage the marketing, the commercial, the financials, the management, everything. And all that money collected makes the business sustainable. So if we stop financing a place, it will continue to run forever. And the ratio, as we speak today, we did a pilot. So we have 1 million clients who have today access to drinkable water, and we believe we can scale it to 10, 20, 100 million. It's all about finding new ways of financing, because it's all about, you know, how do we start up. I mean, today it's how to scale, because it was kind of difficult, challenging to get to 1 million, but now the model is proven. So, and it's a mix between like us, you know, doing being able to do management, you know, set up projects, having a company like Danone and others bringing their expertise in that field, and working with some startup, leveraging technologies, and doing it in country who do need help. So I believe if you put it as a goal, like personally I did, and there is a lot of people like Jean-François Ambicure, François Jacquenoux, Julien Ancel, those people, we collectively get together and have been working on that for a few years. So it creates excitement, because clients go there, they go and physically meet the place, and they even not only contribute to the project, but from what they see, it generates them ideas to do something else as well, either in their core business, but doing as well some other ideas to contribute to United Nations Sustainable Goals. So it's and you get a lot of energy out of it. So my dream is to take that experience and get it to dozens of millions, if possibly 100 million one day, knowing that there is like 2 to 3 billion people not having access to drinkable water. So it's just saying that it's feasible. If you believe in it, it's like a business goal. You get organized around it, you motivate your team, and you go for it.
Oh, that's really
Sorry, maybe a bit too long. Sorry for that.
Perfect. It's a really good illustration of what you can actually make happen. And it's interesting because the information you've given us today is so diverse. You give us an overview of what the CEO study is showing, which is there are some key areas that action needs to be taken. You've given us some really good insight into leadership, and it's core leadership, setting the goals, putting them on your remuneration system, and driving them through, and some personal experience of actually making that happen. You have a chance to talk to the tech community and others through the web TV. What would be your tips to say to someone, you know, this is what we can do, this is the resources and the power that you have in your hands to help deliver these sustainable development goals? Would you do you have a tip for the business community?
Well, that's a challenging question. Well, I think we all live in either in the country where we are, but as well when we are visiting, we are reading your document, like the one you did this year recently, around the report I wrote on water. When you look at that, we all have a passion, I think. So, and everyone wants to solve a problem. Either they are, like I am personally, want to contribute to solve the drinkable water issue of the world. Everyone can find the places that they want to contribute to. And I think the only tip I would have is bring your expertise to solve this, and bring your friends, bring your community, bring the solution you are expert on. If you are, if you are extremely good in AI and training, for example, the huge challenge is around skilling people. In Europe, it may be reskilling people with AI, with automation, but in some countries it's just about skilling. And there is so much to do if you are good in training and you know the new technology to deploy training, select the country, look around the sustainable goal, on that one, who are the people and get a collective group, not only just you and the people you know, but group all the people that you believe are required to solve this issue and just move on, get on. And usually it doesn't require a lot of money. I mean, it's all about like a startup, starting small. And when the ideas looks pretty good, then usually the money flows. And yeah.
That's great, Ivan, and it's exactly the message for such a bright, intelligent, energetic community that comes to the Web Summit. And basically what you're saying is just find a way that you have ability and passion to solve and bring people together. And that's exactly what we like to see.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there is so much to select there. And those subjects, when you read all of them, I mentioned education, quality education. All of them, you will find a technology that can contribute to it. I mentioned the clean water. Even in gender inequality, there is ways, to ensure that you change completely, for instance, the way you recruit, to ensure you give chance to all the women in the country where you operate. For example, we did that in India, and today we are recruiting 50% women in India on a team of about 160,000 people. So it's pretty massive. And it's possible, but you have to change the way you operate. I mean, all of good health, well-being, I mean, quality education, we mentioned it. I mean, all of them in the food industry, you can as well start to leverage the new technology, which is automatically producing food. It's coming, and you are duplicating meat based on the, you saw that here. And there is so much startup who can match those goals. So I think it's all about talking. I was yesterday with Paddy in a dinner, and when you meet them and you realize what they do, one guy was explaining in his startup, it's all about making delivery, organizing delivery in some city in particular where there is, like in Mexico City, it's kind of a nightmare. So people sometimes don't even have access to the things they could buy for their living. And, but there are ways to provide some kind of low-cost way of structuring delivery. So but it has to be customized for the local context to make it, scalable, applicable and scalable. So people in their own community, they know the area, they know how to get things done. So I was very impressed by that example yesterday. And everyone, I think me, you, everyone here have that knowledge around, I know this startup, that's the problem I want to solve, which is matching like clean water, objective number 6. Let's get a community around it. And if you don't know which startup to contact, send a mail to Paddy or send a mail to you, to me, and then we will all find a way to get the right teams together. That's what I believe. It's all about willingness and leadership, as you said in the introduction. I strongly think that, yes.
Thank you very much. I mean, I couldn't have said it better. That's such an optimistic, positive, and energized approach, which is absolutely what I feel. There's so much energy, there's so much intelligence, there's so much technology. We just need to get people together to solve these goals.
And I think one thing is that when you run a business, it's not only about delivering your objective, it's not only about selecting which one you want to contribute, but it's as well act as a responsible business. Because sometimes when you look to a latest technology, you look at AI and RPA, like automation, it's too easy to respond to requests and say, I'm going to automate all of this. I mean, if you do it right, you have a right proposal, you're going to win and deliver. But what's going to happen to the people? You're going to automate the job. So I think you need to ensure whatever you do will never damage something else, will never have a negative impact. So in that case, personally, when we look at that, we always put a proposal that is binded around talent transformation. So we ensure that we only not going to achieve their business goal, but as well, we will generate a new business goal, which is retraining for another purpose the people who are impacted by this automation. So I think that's for me a third thing is don't generate more problems, because with technology sometimes you can easily generate more problems on top of solving some others. Yeah. So that would be a tip as well. I would have.
That is a big tip, and I think we see that even beyond the technology world. It's just that things go more vast and fast with technology. But we encourage all organizations to take a principled approach, as you've done. And in the Global Compact, we have the principles that cover labor principles, human rights, environment, as well as anti-corruption. And looking through that lens as you look to deliver specific solutions enables companies to take exactly the approach that you've taken. So it's great that it came from you, not just from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks to you.
Okay, fine. We'll tell him to join at the end. That's actually nice. We're quite relaxed with that. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Would you like me? Where would you like me? Go to the funeral now. As long as I'm next to you. Sometime. Okay, great. Thanks, everyone. Can you hear? Yeah. Is this? Oh, Fernando's here.
No, I have a hard stop at 2 o'clock. So either we end it or I just walk out after something. I can't miss my flight.
That would be no problem. Okay. Thank you very much. This is, oh yeah. Thanks very much, everybody, for joining us here today. We're here at the Web Summit in Lisbon, and we are broadcasting from the UN Web TV. We're here to talk a little bit about how brands are increasingly having a strong purpose and how that purpose is translating into action that can help us deliver the Sustainable Development Goals. I'm Sue Allchurch, and I run outreach and engagement at the UN Global Compact, and I'm joined here with some really interesting and helpful people. First of all, at the far end here is Fernando Machado, who is the CMO of Burger King, and we can hear a little bit from him about his purpose and how that's translating into action. Brian here is is essentially Accenture Interactive. He's been doing that for the last 10 years, and he can help us see how the actions that he takes can help brands with purpose deliver into action. And then Jane is here, Jane Wakely, who's the CMO from Mars. And again, we will be able to hear a little bit about how Mars is setting their purpose and then translating that through all elements of the functions and how that actually becomes action and the issues that we might see there. And Raja Rajanamar here is the CEO of MasterCard, CMO of MasterCard. You're all
Thank you for the promotion.
equally important, I would say. So, fantastic group of people. Thank you very much for joining us. A little bit just to give you a shape of the agenda that we hear at the Global Compact. There is a huge amount of interest and engagement with the Sustainable Development Goals. We know that about 81% of companies are actually taking some form of action to help us deliver these Sustainable Development Goals. But about 71% of the companies in the Global Compact are saying they're looking for help and guidance, and also one of the tricky things that they find is how to translate this right through different functions and different operations into the business. The CFO community is getting engaged because the investor community is getting engaged. So it's really great now to see the CMOs taking a lead in this whole area, because CMOs are leading the brand, that sets purpose and can translate right through the organizations. So first of all, I'm just going to ask each and every one of you to give us your personal experience of setting a purpose, how that translates to societal environmental goals, and how you've translated that through. So Raja, let's start with yourself. I'd love to hear about what you do at MasterCard in this space.
So from our perspective, inclusive growth is what we are all about. So financial inclusion is a huge, huge objective and purpose for us. And we envisage a world beyond cash, which will really have growth opportunities for every segment of the society. So that's how we drive ourselves. In this context, we have been focusing quite a lot, and we feel very good about the fact that at this point in time, we have got close to 500 million people who have been brought into the financial inclusion projects, so to speak. In other words, people now have access to some form of financial payment service, and that's pretty huge. If you look at places like refugee camps, if you look at people who are underserved, underbanked, unbanked, non-banked, etc., these people actually, if they have the right access to the financial services, their lives can be transforming. what you find is most of these people are so deprived of access. If they want to set up a business, they need money. While they're as disadvantaged or most disadvantaged to the society, if they have to go and borrow money, the highest rates is they're slapped on these kind of people. It's terrible. They're really caught in a poverty trap, and it doesn't help. And the first thing for them is to get an identity. Many of them don't even have an identity. And after the identity, it is about financial inclusion. And that's what we have been doing very significantly. And it's not just only about people who are financially deprived and at that lower end of the socioeconomic spectrum, but it's also about the various sections of the society. Like, for example, if you look at folks like LGBTQE and the transgenders, you find, as an example, they are excluded in multiple ways. And one of the things we see, not just from an employee perspective, but as a consumer perspective, how do you really tackle their situation and how do you address that? Like, for example, recently we have launched a card specifically focused on transgenders. And the reason for that is transgenders, they change their name after their gender change, but many of them don't change because the process they have to go through is harrowing. And when that happens, when they are giving their card to any shopkeeper, they are very insecure. Will they say that the name is different than how the person looks, etc., and they actually invert the card and then put it in front of the merchant in a very almost apologetic way. We said that's not how it has to be. So we created a simple product called True Name Card. It's a true name. Whatever name you want, put it there. And legally, whatever your legal name is there, put it on the back of the card in the fine print. So because that is a legal requirement in most of the countries, including the United States, where we launched it. But this has made such a huge difference, and we are actually about to go commercial with this pretty soon. But we look at different aspects of financial inclusion or inclusiveness, and these are just a couple of examples, but I'll not monopolize the conversation here.
But it's a fantastic purpose, because actually economic inclusion is the heart of all the goals. That is how people get lifted out of poverty. That's how people have access to education, etc. So it's fantastic that you're driving that.
Okay, thank you. Well, Mars is an interesting company for those of you that don't know it. It's one of the biggest private companies in the world, and purpose is not new. It was written into the constitution, if you like, of Mars since 1932, mutuality of benefit. Now, recently we've expressed it publicly as the world we want tomorrow starts with how we do business today. And that really serves as a behavioral intent across all of our different segments. So Mars Wrigley, our pet care business, our food business, and our startup business. And what I would say is, to your direct question, the way we try to address purpose at a corporate level is we've got a strategy called Sustainable in a Generation. And we at Mars feel that companies need to step up and fill the void to really take our fair share of the science-based goals that the UN has set out in terms of the SDGs. So we've done a very comprehensive analysis of what is our fair share, for example, of greenhouse gas emissions, because we're a manufacturer. That's within our direct operations, but it's also looking at the end-to-end supply chain. Because at the end of the day, most of our products are made through agriculture, and the biggest greenhouse gas impact we have, of course, is in that end of our supply chain. So we're really looking at a very science-based, end-to-end approach. We've got $1 billion investment plan. We've got very tangible goals that we track annually. And I think, how do we relate purpose to our deliverables as senior leaders? I think it's very interesting. As a private company, we don't have to manage, obviously, the markets. On the other hand, we still have to deliver financial performance and competitive quality growth, of course. But the way we measure our business is a very balanced scorecard approach. So actually, we as senior leaders are targeted not only on our annual plan delivery, which, don't get me wrong, is significant, but we are also very much measured, assessed, and rewarded on our ability to feed into our societal impact and our strategic partnership impact. And I'll talk more later, if there's time, on how that then cascades to segments and brands.
And do you find having purpose really helps you sort of align at a leadership level?
Absolutely. I mean, I've worked for some great companies, and I can honestly say that I joined Mars for the business opportunity, the personal development, the brands, but I've stayed because I really believe that I'm in the best place to make a tangible difference. And I think that's true for a lot of our associates. You know, it's why people thrive and feel they can, you know, make an impact at Mars.
So, Fernando, let's hear about your purpose and how that translates, and then love to hear from Brian. You see lots of companies doing this, and you bring that alive, so we'd love to see that.
So yeah, I will tell you a little bit of my personal journey. I've been with Burger King, which is now Restaurant Brands International, because we have more than just Burger King. We have Tim Hortons and Popeyes too. I've been there like for 6 years. And before Burger King, I was in Unilever for 18 years. And I still remember like when I decided to leave Unilever because I wanted to do something different, many of my friends saying like, are you fucking crazy? You know, like you are like the VP for the Dove brand, which is one of the most purposeful brands in our portfolio in Unilever, and you're going to go and work for what? Burger King? Are you crazy, right? I mean, why don't you go and work for a startup, for Whole Foods, for something that's doing good for the planet? And my answer to my friends was like, well, those guys don't need me. You know, like I want to go to a place where I can make a difference, basically. So since then, and as you said, purpose is not new. I think that the SDGs help us structure a little bit some of the work we were doing. But since then, we are very focused on in terms of like improving the quality of our food, which means removing all artificial crap that's usually present on fast food, and we're making like massive strides when it comes to that. We are looking into sustainable sourcing. We are looking into environmental sustainability with packaging and all that stuff. We are looking at greenhouse gases. I mean, beef contributes to greenhouse gas. So we have like a really compelling program that we're going to make it public towards the end of this year, beginning of next year, all tying back to SDGs. This is just on the product side. We also have each brand in our portfolio has a foundation, and we try to tie the purpose of the foundation to SDGs. So in Popeyes is hunger, in Burger King is education, because the founder was very passionate about that. And finally, we have the internal part where we focus on diversity and inclusion and all that. So I'm really like making a long story short, but like the SDGs really helped us frame the work we're doing and also identify some gaps of things that were not like top priority, but when we saw, well, maybe you should be thinking about that too.
So, Brian, you see lots of organizations, and obviously what your business is to bring alive a lot of their action. I'd be interested to hear what you see about how purpose really helps you do that to its best effect.
Yeah, so our situation is somewhat different in that we are a services company, and our partners in these services are, you know, great clients like you see here in helping them create great experiences for their consumers, customers, citizens, patients, etc. What I would add to this, what they're saying here is, while it's certainly true, and I agree that the notion of purpose is not new in the founding culture of quality organizations, not new in what's been talked about, but what is relatively new is the alignment of purpose to shareholder value, external or internal. That is relatively new and is something we're only just beginning to talk about. Historically, to the extent we talked about purpose-driven initiatives in the corporate world, it's been, well, maybe we don't need to focus on shareholder value. Maybe we should focus on purpose, which implies a choice of one or the other. And that is actually not the right message from our vantage point. And the vantage point is you can now drive shareholder value through purpose-driven initiatives. And a lot of it has to do with the spending power of consumers is in the process of massive change into a groundswell of citizens and consumers that care more about this. Bottom line is it's good business. It may or may not have been before, but it is now. So we're focused on helping clients take advantage of that.
That's great. It's excellent to see how well it's integrated into doing good business as well, which is obviously what we believe. Jen, would you give us a bit of an illustration of how you try to translate that right through the organization to every single person so they understand that link?
Yeah, sure. So maybe I give an example of our pet care division. So for those of you that don't know, Mars is the biggest pet care company in the world. We have a nutrition business, we have a veterinary healthcare business, a diagnostics business, and a digital innovation startup business. And the purpose of that segment, you know, the world we want to see for pet is to create a better world for pets. And that business clearly has to deliver on all the sustainability SDGs. But on top of that, we're really taking on how do we create and shape a world that truly makes pets happy, healthy, and welcome. And to give you just one example of how that cascades to our brands, one of the big challenges of the pet care industry is pet homelessness. There are millions and millions of homeless dogs across the world, and of course, if a homeless dog, for example, is in a shelter, unless it finds a home, there's a very sad end to that tale. And therefore, you know, we see it as our duty to really, and we stepped up and said by 2030, we want to end pet homelessness across the world. Now, we relate that then to a brand. So Pedigree, which is our largest dog brand, is turned its business around through purposeful activity. So Pedigree, about 5 years ago, we repositioned as Feed the Good. And the whole idea behind Pedigree is that it takes that wonderful innocence of dogs. And you and I have talked about pets many times, but that wonderful innocence that dogs have to overcome prejudice and bias between humans. And we're using Pedigree Feed the Good campaign to basically drive adoption. So the amazing thing I would say, and how it cascades to individual objectives, is the brand manager of Pedigree in Australia will of course have growth goals, financial goals, but they'll also have how many dogs does their program help rehome. So making a meaningful and measurable difference with our brands can translate even to the individual. And honestly, it's something we're working on, but I'm passionate that, I think in our industry, in a way, purpose has become in danger of, you've got the sort of at the one end of the spectrum, you've got woke washing, brands catching on to a cause that just to gain fame. And I think, all the stories you're hearing from here is to try and make a meaningful and measurable difference that also drives growth, clearly.
Roger, do you feel, have you struggled or seen that as a difficulty translating it right to everybody so that they're fully aligned to the purpose as well as the growth?
See, I think there is no problem in terms of alignment to the purpose per se, but how do you bring it to life into your day-to-day is the critical thing, right? Because there are so many things that any company can do. It's important that you don't scatter your efforts across 10,000 different things, then you don't make a significant impact in any area at all. So you need to identify the areas that you want to focus on and go after it. By the way, before I state that, I must say what you guys are doing for the dogs, I love it. I'm passionate about dogs. So what you're doing is fantastic. It's heartwarming, really. Now, what we are doing is, for example, I'll tell you, we said initially, what is the biggest problem in the world? We said health and hunger. So we said, do we have the courage and conviction to say that we can go and do something about it at scale in a meaningful fashion? Health, the biggest health risk, if you were to see, is cancer. In the United States, 1 out of every 2 men and 1 out of every 3 women get impacted by cancer sometime during their lifetime. So we said, let's go and tackle this. Does MasterCard have permission to play in cancer space? The traditional answer is absolutely not. What have you guys got to do, right? But we said, okay, let's actually play around and then see what happens. So we started a campaign where we said, during 8 weeks during summer, if you use your MasterCard instead of some other payment mechanism or brand at a restaurant in the United States, we will contribute a small fraction of that revenue to Stand Up to Cancer Foundation. The numbers are so huge, very quickly it added up, and there are tens of millions of dollars we generate. Now, the key thing is working with Stand Up to Cancer, which is a foundation that we have vetted for their credibility and authenticity, etc. A whole research program has been put in place where they take 5 top scientists in a particular field from different parts of the world, get them together and call it a dream team. Each dream team works on one particular problem. They got a stage gate process, bringing in the management practices there, and they get ample funding. They don't have to grovel in front of a huge panel for a $100,000 grant. They get a $5 million grant, and they go about it. Typically, it takes 12 years for discovery and FDA approval of one drug. God bless these folks at Stand Up to Cancer and the doctors and the dream teams. There are already 7 drugs that have been FDA approved for different types of cancer. Now, the key thing is they're not probably, rest on that, but to try and see how we can scale it up even more. But it's very gratifying for people inside the company to say we are making indeed a true difference. And now a number of our partners with which we work, like for example, Fifth Third Bank, or there is American Airlines, a whole bunch of our clients also have started jumping on the bandwagon in a very good way, in an authentic way, so that collectively we are creating a movement. And our dream is nobody should die out of cancer or suffer from cancer eventually, right? So that's just one example of how we are bringing. And one point I want to mention is, I think it was probably you have mentioned, which is it's not just a good to have kind of a thing. It's also damn good for your business, for sure. That's one part of it. And the second one, for the employee morale, it's fantastic. They feel so purposeful when they're coming to work every single day. So this is just one example.
And Fernando, do you find that in terms of all the team and the employees all through the organization being committed and galvanized behind a purpose that you have?
I think that there is the inspirational side of life, with like a beautiful headline that every company will create, and there will be a vision or a mission around the purpose they have. And I think that, but there is also a part which is more on the operational side. You know, like you need to make sure that when the pressures of the day-to-day kick in, that people are doing the work. So we break down stuff in targets for everyone. You know what I mean? Like, and it's not the same for everyone, because it needs to be specific about what you can deliver. So just as an example, like the way I see it's like it's basically like fast food for good. You know, like I want to serve food that's real to people. I want to have a nutritional roadmap that diminishes sodium, saturated fat, calories, all that stuff. So I need my product team to have targets around that. You know, I need my marketing team to be thinking about innovation that's tied to that. So that's how, that's I think a really critical part. You know, how do you translate the poetic vision to the day-to-day so that it does the work? The poetic vision is what galvanizes people, you know, like around the cause. But the target for the bonus of the person is what will remind the person every day that they need to do that stuff. I think it's really important what was said around how motivational that is for the people that are doing the work. You know, like when I used to work for Dove, I mean, the team thought like, well, we are making women feel more beautiful. I mean, that's what the work that we're doing. The work that we are doing at BK, it has a parallel to that, which is like, I'm working there to change the fast food industry. You know, it's an industry that's convenient, that offers great value, but not historically offered real great quality food. It doesn't have to be that way, you know. When I go and interview the kids on the MBAs to recruit, that's the first question I get. So it's not just motivational for people, but there are certain things that if you don't do, in my case, you end up like not being able to attract talent. And if you do it well, you attract better talent too.
And Brian, in the work that you do with those organizations, do you see that translation coming through to people and helping them actually pull good initiatives forward?
We do, but the key to seeing that, and like actually this panel is a great example of it. There's probably a bit of a positive self-selection here, because these individuals wouldn't be here if they didn't be in this, and their organizations obviously indicate a certain level of sponsorship of this concept. So in organizations, you know, and I'm probably a good test dummy for that, because, you know, I see a wide array of this in organizations where you have executive sponsorship of these types of initiatives. We see that rippling through even to the operational aspects of the business. But I believe firmly, and this is part of why I'm here this year, is I believe we are, as a corporate business society, a long way away from doing this from a macro level. And that I would probably say well north of 50% of the larger companies in the world have inadequate emphasis on these types of things. And some of it is just breaking through some of it is belief. And there are believers out there, but they're just hesitant to break through that permission barrier because it's different. And in their mind, it's risky. So our role as, you know, the leading sort of digital experience agency in the world is to push that and agitate that, something that we admittedly have not done enough of, but are actively doing more and more of it. So yes, we see that selectively. And that is always good news, and those are the positive case studies, but we do not see enough of it.
And you guys can really bring what Fernando mentions as the poetic, inspirational thing to many of us to go ahead.
May I build on that point, though, because I think there's a great insight behind that, which if we think of the world's, you know, trickiest problems, And I loved your story. That's an amazing innovation to be proud of. But if we think of climate change, if we think of digital social media responsibility, which we discussed as part of the WFA and the ANA this year, these are big, hairy problems that are so challenging. No company alone can do enough to really change the needle. So I think the opportunity for us and for industry is to form movements and collaborations, uncommon collaborations that really can seek to solve these problems in new and innovative ways. And just one that I'm going to mention, given the UN's here listening as well, which I'm proud to be a small part of, is the Lion's Share, for example, which is a collaboration of creative media companies, tech companies, fintech companies, and the UNDP to try and come together with a new idea and new ways of collaborating to solve those tricky, thorny problems. And I think that the GARM, all the things we're doing together are the things that are most likely to propel us really forward.
Yeah, I think that's a great tip, which is let's work together in partnership to make these happen. I think that's a great point to actually close this on. I'd love to hear from each of you. If you had a message or a tip to give to any marketing out there, any community, what would it be? Your one tip, thinking with all their expertise that you've had.
See, what I would say is that it's very critical that you have to identify one or two areas that you would want to focus and not be distracted by many shiny toys out there. If you are not consistently focused on one, you will not make any impact. The second one I would also say is that it has to be done from the top of the house. It should not become a day-to-day struggle where you have to convince your CEO or somebody else, right? When the CEO himself or herself have embraced it and then live that reality daily, it can be transformational for the company. And I feel very fortunate to work for one such company with a visionary of a CEO. The last point I would say is that even with the best of the intentions, if you don't connect your purpose to your profits eventually, because you have to straddle both these worlds, you will not be able to sustain your purpose for long. So it has to lead clearly. So connecting those dots, both operationally and financially, and in every which way, I think it's extremely critical. This is what I would say my thoughts would be on this.
Well, that was so brilliant. I don't know how to add to it. A different way of phrasing it, I would say, is, performance without meaning, without purpose is not meaningful. And purpose without performance is not sustainable. So I think that's, saying the same thing as Raja, which is... Oh, thank you. But you've got to link the two and finding that sweet spot and setting a complete, moonshot aspiration for the difference that you can make as a company, as individuals within your company, as your strategic partners, I think, and then harnessing the creativity towards that. I think that's would be my lesson.
Well, I especially seen through the lens of a young person entering the work world, which is how I like to frame that question. I think it's fair to say that 9 out of 10 corporate initiatives are profit or innovation driven, and maybe 1 out of 10 are sort of purpose driven. But if you look at what you want to do, join a company that intersects the two. That, look for opportunities to be at the intersection of purpose and innovation. It doesn't need to be what the whole company is about, but it has to be involved with that. Because if you're going to be in the marketing area, the success of the marketing executives of the future is absolutely going to be tied to the younger generation, which is very much tied to purpose-driven initiatives. And that is a relatively new concept, last 5, maybe 7 years. So it's different than what you might learn in textbooks or, MBA school 10 years ago or whatever. So that's what I would say.
I think that every time you're left should be the last one in a question like that. You are completely screwed. I totally agree with everything that was said here. I think that my only build, and goes back to a previous question, is I think you need to make sure that it's connected to the targets of the individuals in the organization. Else the pressure of the day-to-day will consume people, and then purpose will be the thing that you do on your spare time, which isn't existent, no matter which organization you are in or which position you have. So make sure it's there, and that it's tied back to performance at a personal level. and then it has a higher chance that it's going to happen. A year from now, we'll have made progress on whatever initiative or priority you decide to take.
Well, thank you very much, all of you. It's very generous of your time and your wisdom. I mean, really excellent, really helped to everyone. Thank you, Fernando, Brian, Jane, and
Thank you.
Roger. Thank you.
Thank you.
Actually got a little song for you. A little crooner number to open up the... Right, you on? That was not in the contract. Keep rating. Yeah, sure.
Lanyard, sunglasses.
So we've got to pick our favourite SDG.
I want 6.
Yes. You got to go for the ocean. I know that my mum's been there with popcorn since 4 a.m.
That's the thing, we posted it everywhere now. Lots of people are going to be watching here. So.
Can't do it on delay or anything, can they?
What's the river here? It's the what's the river? River by there. Is it on the ocean? Yeah, there is a river. I'm not going to pronounce it unless someone tells me.
Portuguese, isn't it? We will have warmed up by 3. By 3, so we'll do that. Why not?
Yeah, sure.
Hello everybody, so we're live from the Web Summit and live on UNTV, and I'm really excited to have a fantastic panel discussion for you all now. It's learning from startups, delivering breakthrough innovation for the SDGs. So I think we're all reasonably accepting of the fact that incremental innovation isn't really going to be enough now to cut it for the SDGs. We've got some really big targets we need to get to for 2030. Organizations need to be bold. They need to transform, and they need to put the Sustainable Development Goals at the core of that and at the core of their innovation processes. But that's not easy. And many large organizations will struggle with that and do struggle with that. But many startups, well, they do that as an inherent part of who they are. They put sustainability at the core of their mission, and they deliver success through that. So that's what we're going to explore today. We're going to try and understand what some of those ingredients are that means that works for startups. And I'm really pleased to have a really awesome panel with me to do that. And just before I hand over to them, I'll introduce myself briefly. So my name's David Rakowski. I'm co-lead of circular economy and sustainability work at PA Consulting. So I actually work within what we call our Global Innovation and Technology Centre, which is based in Cambridge in the UK, where along with a few hundred other engineers and scientists, we actually make stuff. So that's new products or new manufacturing processes, real tangible things. And along with the other parts of PA, we put the digital elements and the business elements around that so that we can launch those products into market. we work with all shapes and sizes of companies, from small startups through to large multinationals, helping them to apply the power of ingenuity to deliver a positive human future. And that actually really does permeate through everything we do in PA, and I think really sums us up well. But let me now hand over to our panel, because we have got some fantastic companies with us. We have Andrew, CFO from WaterSource, Niffy, who's Community Development Manager at Bee Collective, and Nick, who's the founder of EcoBooth. And maybe, if we can just hear a little bit about yourselves now, a brief introduction, and then we'll fire into a few questions. So maybe start with yourself, Nick.
Sure. Hi, everyone. EcoBooth have been open for a year. We transform problem plastics into engaging experiences for environmentally conscious brands. So to put that into English, we could collect all the waste at the end of this event and build an exhibition stand like this from the waste. So what we're doing is two things. We're stopping that waste from going to landfill or incineration or whatever, but more importantly, we're actually creating a talking point where everyone can actually then discuss the problems with mainly events and what we can do to better things going forward.
Hi, I'm Niffy. I work for a social enterprise called Bee Collective. Bee Collective provides digital infrastructure for organisations to be able to manage their volunteering. So whether that is a charitable organisation, a community group that wants to recruit volunteers and manage those volunteers, or whether it's a corporate organisation that wants to use the platform to manage their CSR activities and track corporate volunteering, or whether it's from a government perspective to be able to actually find measurable impact around volunteering and the impact that has on their local communities. Thank you.
And lastly, I'm Andrew, and working for WaterSource. So WaterSource is a product that is a small-scale potable water treatment plant that was really born out of the challenge of how do you deliver economic, constantly validated potable water to people that exist outside large-scale centralised infrastructure. And it started with very modest ambitions until we realised that there's an awful lot of people in the world that don't actually have potable water. So the journey over the last 2 years has been to refine the product. We've had 2 rounds of prototypes being trialled in Timor-Leste and in central Victoria in Australia. And the initial findings have been sufficiently promising that we're now embarking on our next pre-commercialisation version, which we know is going to be significantly better than the ones we've had on trial so far. And we're entering those products into trial in 2020, and we're expecting to be commercialised by the end of next year.
Thank you all. So let me ask a question to you, each of you actually, to get us started. So there's obviously a lot more focus on the Sustainable Development Goals now, and I think we're all really excited about that, growing awareness of them. How has that helped you and your businesses, and where do you see the opportunities that that's going to bring in the future? And maybe start with yourself, Andrew.
Yeah, well, I guess we started really with a passion for an outcome. We weren't really referring to the sustainability goals. We weren't sitting in a meeting room going, how are we going to develop a new business? We started with a conversation between 2 people in the backyard of somebody's house in the middle of a drought in Australia, just talking through, is there economic ways of delivering small-scale water treatment plants that meet Australian regulations? That's really where we started. Along the journey, to fast forward 2 years, the drought broke. Nobody cared about grey water and watering their gardens anymore, and we thought we didn't have a product. So about 2 weeks after that, we heard on the media that the drought had broken, and that was actually creating a large problem for potable water supplies in regional Victoria because of all of the flood waters washing into catchment areas. So that was when the light bulb really went off, and we went, hang on, we're not just playing around with people who want to water their veggies. You know, we actually have a treatment process that we've done proof of concepts on that can be applied to a real global problem. And that's when we started looking at, well, what are we really doing? You know, we're really providing drinking water to people who need it, We're providing health outcomes, and we're providing, in Timor-Leste, there is no potable water. You have to buy potable water. So the trials in Timor have been all about trying to create social, well, we have been creating social enterprise around water as a market. And there's environmental outcomes. We're replacing about 7 million plastic water bottles being imported into Timor-Leste from Indonesia every month. And we've been working with partners like the UNDP to sort of bring the right people to the table to help make this a success.
And Niffy?
I think there has been a significant shift in the last 10 years. I think the Sustainable Development Goals brings a framework for organizations to keep sustainability really at the central part of their organization. What that has meant for Be Collective means our infrastructure can support those organizations to be able to track and measure that impact they are having on a community level. It's the brand that we have and the brand that we've built. Sustainability has been at the core of what we do. It's having economic solutions to social problems, and we really see that the future is just going to be increasing. More organizations are going to need to provide transparency, not just to their employees, but to their customers, to their clients as well. As a consumer, I prefer to buy from brands that are, ethically sourced, or have a SDG that follow the SDG framework. So I think the opportunities are only going to increase over the time period. Thank you.
Nick, same question to you.
Yeah, sure. So I think for us it worked on two levels. So firstly, our business was developed after the goals came out, so that allowed us to actually consider the goals themselves in developing the business. And then it also helped the companies that we now work with to get their ducks in a row, in that we provide a marketing communication service. So I can now sit there and say, goal 12, marketing isn't something that fits into the SDGs. So when I sit with a big company and say it to them, they go, oh, well, no, we're doing it here and here and here and here. And now we can sit there and say, well, there actually is a solution that does work. And have you thought about this huge problem stream here? So it worked. I mean, for us, it's hugely important, because we were developed with it and judge our clients against it.
Thank you. And Niffy, you mentioned brands a few times in your answer just then. So that must mean that you're, and I know you're working with corporates and starting to engage with them quite a lot. How do you think startups can best work with corporates and work together in this space? And have you got any insights from what you've been doing?
Sure. So Be Collective is part of the WISE group, so as our water source. And the WISE group have been working with numerous corporates for over 30 years, working with them, looking at the social and environmental impact that startups can have together with corporate organizations. For example, Be Collective works with corporates around helping them to provide the infrastructure for them to track their corporate volunteering, enables them to then support their charitable partners and provide really that grassroots impact at a community level. I think corporates need to be open to hearing ideas from startups, especially sometimes wacky out there ideas that might need redefining a little bit. And I think from a startup, actually being able to work alongside a large brand or a large corporate organization that has the awareness, but also the expertise as well, works really well. And I think together then they can really solve those problems and those issues that currently we're facing in our society. So what I found, that corporates are open to hearing ideas. If you've got a good idea, send them a proposal, organize a meeting, and then really show them what your organization can do. And I think they're open to hearing that, really.
David, if you don't mind, I was just going to add to that too. For us, early in the piece, we realised that we were going to have to deal with semi-government, large organisations, water authorities in Australia, those sorts of things. And when we finally talked our way into getting a meeting with them, because they weren't quite sure who we were, and we went and said, look, we know you've got a problem with small-scale domestic water treatment plant quality in small settlements in Victoria. we're working on a solution, we've got proof of concepts, all that sort of stuff. Is this of interest to you? And they said, well, we've been trying to solve this for 12 years. And the fact that a large organisation that can work on a problem for 12 years and not have a solution was, quite an eye-opener, So our engagement piece with these people, these large organisations, was such that they move really, really slowly. So that's a challenge for a startup, isn't it? So we've acknowledged that, whilst we're developing a product that suits the Australian context, it meets all of the requirements and regulations of Australia, the Australian requirements. The application and the likely deployment of these products is going to be outside Australia. They will end up in Australia, but they're going to help a whole lot of people outside Australia first. And they're the people that are really feeling a whole lot more pain because they don't have potable water.
And Nick, you a big part of your business is working with corporates. So do you have any views on that as well?
You just say the original question once more as well.
Yeah, sure. I was asking about the kind of lessons that startups can learn from working with corporates, and I think it's actually really interesting to hear your answer just then, Andrew, about how obviously sometimes corporates move at a slightly different pace, and sometimes actually trying to bridge that gap. And I don't know if you've got any insights in.
Yeah, no, I think all I'd say with that is when we launched Ecoboost, we spent a year or so developing it, and at the point of entering the market, we thought it was all or nothing, and I think it took us about 4 days to realise that we won't work with any big companies if we stick to that. So to put that into the context of sort of what we do, if we've got the whole of Web Summit, well, on day one, Ecobooth said, we'll do the whole thing sustainably, we won't do it at all. And they went, okay, well, I'll speak to you in 15 years. And then 5 days later, we said, okay, well, maybe we'll do that little bit, then that'd be quite good. So I think there is it's what we need to remember is that a company like Ecobooth has been founded on the circular economy and on the goals, whereas these businesses are trying to adapt, and that's not something that can happen overnight. So that there has to be a collaboration there to drive them along and actually do it in a positive way.
Thanks, Nick. And Andrew, I think obviously you're a CFO of WaterSource, so investors are increasingly vocal about the Sustainable Development Goals and about how they feel that leads to a safer portfolio for them. As they become more and more kind of invested in organisations with sustainability at their core, do you think that that's starting to and will start to manifest itself in your organisation and what you do, and how do you think that that will actually add benefit to your mission?
Well, I think the product offer that we have, when we think about what our product is, it may involve a physical unit that gets deployed. The only reason why it succeeds is because of the technology that's involved in it, which means you can do a whole lot of things remotely, you can manage it, it collects a whole lot of data, and it can self-correct and all that sort of. That's the smarts that are in the system. We've been incredibly fortunate to have an initial founder who was a passionate person, who like I said, it was a conversation in the backyard in the middle of a drought. We didn't go looking for funding. It was the funder was there at the time, and he's been incredibly passionate to see this come to the world, because you can see that it's going to make a difference to a whole lot of people. Looking for new investment, now we realise that the market is far, far, far bigger than we ever imagined it to be. We will be seeking investment. We will be looking for joint venture partners that can have a global reach. And that investment pool is going to come from either, like-minded people, private high net worth families or private foundations that have a passion to make a difference in the world. And I think that's really the people who are considering the Sustainable Development Goals. The others, we've dealt with PE and venture capital partners in other businesses we've run. It's all about the money, and it's all about quick. We're in, we're out, 5 years, we're done, and we've made 5 times our money, we're happy, sort of thing. And I think they're not the sorts of people that we see alignment with. This is about a long-term sustainable improvement in outcomes for people around the world. And I think the high net worth families are more attractive because they're more passionate. You think about the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, those sorts of people. They have a purpose, and that purpose is important. The other one that is attractive that potentially for us will be existing industry players. What we're dealing in an infrastructure industry where the likes of big global players doing large scale water infrastructure. what we can offer them is a product that exists on the edge of what they already do. So it's almost like range extensions with the same customer base, so they don't see us as a threat and all those sorts of things. They're potential investors too, and it's probably because they're in the business of water, they understand it. So we're probably going to be trying to approach those sorts of partners or people who are passionate about change. And I really think that the people who are passionate about change are the high net worth families and private foundations.
Niffy, you seem like you want to.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that. B Collective is also a verified and certified B Corporation, which is a great accreditation to have for any organisations out there looking to be more sustainable and really have sustainability at the core of what they do. It basically means you're driven by social and environmental purposes. You have to have great standards in place. It's built around the SDG framework as well, and we found actually other organizations that have the same certification and that work in the same way are like-minded organizations that want to work with other organizations that have the same values at the core of what they do, and I think that's a great way of being able to form those partnerships. And actually it's your values of your organization that your employees, your customers, your stakeholders are going to follow and be passionate about. So that's how we find sort of working really well with them.
Super. Now, you guys are you're on a journey and it's moving really, really fast. You're kind of you're growing. You're getting new customers, new business all the time. How are you managing to scale and manage that trade-off between keeping true to your core values and the SDGs, but at the same time growing profitably? I don't know if maybe Nick, don't know if you could.
Yeah. So again, I mean, we developed a business on the back of the fact that the UN had recognized it as a 10 or 11 trillion dollar opportunity, and looked at our industry, which was events, and realized there was nothing genuine there. When I first looked at event waste about 3 years ago, and I Googled it, I expected to find these answers, and I literally couldn't believe that I didn't find anything. So yeah, I mean, that's sort of take it from there, really. Yeah.
Thanks, Nick. And Niffy, with the scale question, how's that actually playing out in B Collective? How are you growing with that?
Our model really works on finding organizations that have access to other organizations. So in order to increase our brand, our awareness, and grow in scale, it's really working with central organizations. For example, one of our projects at the moment is in Northern Ireland with an amazing voluntary organization called Volunteer Now. And through them, they support over 3,000 charities across Northern Ireland. So we are now implementing the B Collective infrastructure across the whole of Northern Ireland. In turn, having over 12,000 volunteers that will be now using the platform. So I think that for us, that's a great way of being able to grow and scale up and increase our awareness as an organization. And as one organization finds out about you, it's very much recommendations to other organizations as well.
I don't know if you've got any comments on that as well, Andrew. Staying true to your values as you grow.
Yeah, I think the only comment I'd ask is that our growth is ahead of us, and whilst we've got field trials out there running at the moment, the biggest challenge has been that a developed country regulatory framework says you must have longitudinal studies. You can't get around it. What's been interesting about running the trials in Timor-Leste is that you're in a different environment. There is no regulation. There's no central influence that says you must achieve certain things other than overriding UN policy and World Health Organization outcomes. So the work up there we were doing and continue to do is really interesting because it's a different set of measurements. And the measurements more about what you can tangibly see is changing in people's lives. It's not about long-term statistical data collection. So the work we've done shows within 2 years that we have really changed lives. You know, we've had units on trial for social enterprise and job creation and business creation for a country that is incredibly young in population, you know, since independence. Massive youth unemployment, and we needed to look for ways of engaging using water in job creation. But we also trialled some units on schools and health clinics in terms of public health outcomes within Timor-Leste as well. And what we found is that there is existing infrastructure up there that has plumbing and basins and toilets and health clinics dotted all over Timor, but there's no water. And the water they were using was creek water, and so the clinic that we retrofitted to put a treatment plant on has maternity services, whether it be 3 births a week, and it was completely unsanitary. So the feedback that we got has been phenomenal, and a lot of excitement from aid partners, so donor-funded people who are looking to roll out those sorts of programs, because for them, they can see that people have a need, and they need to help, find the technologies that are going to help them solve those needs.
Listening to each of your answers on that, it seems that actually scaling is core to your values. It's how you actually reach that impact and get out there and make the difference against the SDGs. Now,
I was just going to say, I agree, and I think like what Nick's doing with, the bigger his business gets, the more ocean plastic he pulls out of the ocean. It's fantastic, For us, it's the same thing. The actual nature of the product is improving people's lives, So, you want to see it out there making a difference in the world.
So I think we're getting a bit close to time now. But before we go, if you were to give one tip or suggestion to somebody else embarking on this journey, whether it be a startup or a corporate trying to work with a startup, what would that be? Maybe start in the middle of NIFI.
I think the SDGs are a great framework to start with and make them really a core part of your business. But I think, building your business, it needs to go far beyond that. It's really a call to action, I think, the SDGs have brought to our organizations, and definitely as a startup, I think thinking about economic solutions to social problems, keep that at the forefront of your mind, and building your organization around, ethical, social values to really solve some of those problems that exist out there.
Nick?
I'd probably just say, if you're going to do sustainability, just for God's sake, do it properly, because the opportunity is there. And the stuff that's falling down is the stuff that's halfway house. We spent more money and more time slowly creating a business that is sustainable to the core. And on the back of that, the businesses we pitch for with corporates and stuff now, we've had RFPs shut down when they found out about EcoBooth. They said, we want to do this sustainably. And I've said to them, okay, well, why are you giving it to 10 companies? Because we know all the others and there's nothing sustainable about them. And that was only possible by us spending time, effort and money at the start to create this properly, and what's rewarding for us is at the end the change is genuine as well. So the opportunity there is huge with sustainability. You just got to do it right.
I think the last comment for me would be that if you're in a startup, you're a new business, you're a new idea, you've seen an opportunity, something you think is going to add to the world, it's like, why wouldn't you start with the Sustainable Development Goals? It makes no sense not to, in my mind. I think that the other one for me is that you've got to be in it for the right reasons. I think if you see a business opportunity and you want to sort of enter that space, it's got to be for a purpose that is adding to the world, not detracting from the world, and to keep that sense of purpose front of mind. Rather than profit, you need to be financially sustainable as well, but to ensure that you're actually meeting the purpose of the business, which is to make a difference in the world rather than to do other things.
That's brilliant. Putting purpose first. Listen, it's been an absolute privilege to chair the panel with you guys today, and thank you for such an interesting conversation.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you.
Thanks, man.
but Chile. Given what's happening. I also visited the Spanish office of Amnesty, so Greta has really, and the movement more generally, has thrown a challenge. Think about low carbon activism and so on, and so, and I think it's amazing.
Well, we're going to make a start. You have to hold this a little bit close to your, otherwise. Make a start. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. We're here live at the Web Summit in Lisbon, Portugal. This is the United Nations SDG Media Zone, and we're live on UN Web TV and a number of other social media channels. Thank you for joining us. If you could sit down, that'd be great. And so I'm here, I'm Dan Thomas, I'm the UN Global Compact Chief Communication Officer, and I'm pleased to be joined today by Kumi Naidu, who's the Secretary General of Amnesty International, and here to talk about technology and human rights. Kumi Naidu from South Africa, originally. I should start by congratulating you for winning the World Cup rugby.
Thank you.
That must mean a lot to South Africa, I would think.
Yeah, it was good. It was a good moment.
So first of all, what are you doing here at the Web Summit? Why have you come to Lisbon for the Web Summit?
So then we are here as Amnesty to say that technology can, has, and should in the future play an important role in advancing human rights, addressing climate change, addressing health and other issues and so on. However, we're also here to raise a caution about what is actually happening in the technology space. And there's a book that's just come out by a Harvard professor called Shoshana Zuboff called Surveillance Capitalism, which focuses on the huge amount of power that technology companies actually have aggregated for themselves. And we are here to say that that has to stop, that we cannot have a situation where we are given a devil's choice. The choice is you either opt in to use these two online tools, and by opting in means that you give up your privacy, you give up a whole lot of autonomy and so on. You either choose that or you choose not to access the tools of the modern world and the benefits of the modern world. This is a false choice, and we need to change that, and that's part of why we had to bring that message, that we need to change the business model that commodifies the data of people without the permission, weaponizes that data as we saw in the US elections, and also weaponizes hate, division, and so on, with no controls being really offered by the companies who are making a huge lot of profit on the basis of people's personal information.
Absolutely, and as you know, at UN Global Compact, we're trying to have companies come together with governments and civil society to have those conversations around, human rights, labor rights, protecting the environment and anti-corruption, to inform the conversation around those sort of UN, those UN charters and the Convention on Human Rights. Do you think governments are getting left behind in this discussion? Do you think they're really on top of this?
Absolutely not. The irony is, though, Amnesty International and other civil society organizations in an earlier period, when governments were wanting to move in big time and control and regulate, we actually sided at that point more with the technology companies and said, this is undue governmental interference and so on. Little did we know then that actually corporations such as Facebook and Google will aggregate for themselves the kind of immense power that they've aggregated for themselves, and that they would abuse the data of people who have chosen to use the platforms without proper consent and so on. So now where we are, I think governments need to catch up. And we're not talking about, draconian regulation, but we need to have the kind of regulation that protects citizens' data. The CEO of Google, the ex-CEO, Eric Schmidt, said, as Google, we know who you are, where you are, who you meet, what you do, as well as we know what you think, right? So we need to recognize that this is we wouldn't give this authority to intelligence agencies, whether they be CIA or MI5 and so on, and now we've given this to government. So we think that appropriate regulation needs to be explored, and thankfully quite a few governments are now waking up, a little bit late, but they have to catch up.
What can companies and regulators do to ensure that individuals understand what they're getting into when they're using the technology, the cell phone, the apps that are available to them?
I mean, governments do have an important role in terms of raising public awareness about both the benefits and the risks associated with participation. Basically the problem is Facebook and Google have almost become the internet. You can't access certain things unless you go through them and so on. And this was never the intention for people who were advocates for a free internet and so on, that any one company, because if you take just Facebook and Google, they control today a global public square of 1/3 of the global population of this planet. And that's a unhealthy level of control, power, and domination for just two companies based in the United States to have.
Do you feel hoodwinked by that transition and that development?
Yes, I do think there is a sense of betrayal because, for example, when the Arab resistance to authoritarian rule happened in 2010, when we look back on, say, what happened in Egypt, we said, actually, people use Facebook to organize the protests, Twitter to tell people when to go, where to go, how to go, and then YouTube to say, this is what we did, And it was a very powerful use of the technology at that time. And bear in mind, one of the leaders of the resistance in Egypt was actually the Google guy in Egypt, right? So there were lots of positive things and so on happening. So now I think these companies have heard far too much of their obsession with profit and to ensure the most highest levels of profit. So for example, when Facebook got a $5 billion fine in the US recently, I mean, $5 billion for Facebook is less than a parking fine for Facebook, right? So it's not going to change, the way they operate. So we need governments to actually step up, ensure they're educating their citizens, putting in place meaningful regulations that protects privacy without trying to intervene in terms of impacting on free speech and so on.
So what can be done to get governments up to speed? Because I think there's a tendency that governments, they don't have the skills, the knowledge, or to even keep up with this private sector use of technology.
Actually, I do have a lot of sympathy with this challenge of governments, particularly governments in the global south, right? Developing country governments and all, to just be able to get the resources to understand the problem and how to address the problem, it's quite a big ask. So I think that there has to be much more of a global approach to this issue. So, we've got China on one end, US on one end, somewhat EU in the middle. I think there needs to be some serious global governmental conversations around this to find a common ground. But I have to say that right now, very few governments seem to have the political will to stand up to this. So in the US, for example, we've got a crazy situation right now where Fox TV, which believes not only that they have a right to their own opinion, they believe they have a right to their own facts, and they've created an alternative reality for 40% of the American people. But even Fox News denied Trump's and the Republican Party's adverts on the basis that they were far too offensive and factually deeply flawed. And Facebook says, oh, we will run these adverts even though we know that these adverts are actually lies. What right is Facebook trying to defend there? The right to politicians to lie? I don't think politicians need any help from Facebook to lie. They do that quite, easily already. So this is driven by a obsession with ensuring the highest levels of profit and power, and this needs to be combated.
So how can civil society put a brake on this? How can they engage in a dialogue with governments and these companies to stop this happening and to make sure that the pace of change is more in line with the human rights conventions and also what civil society wants to see happen?
So an important step in that direction took place in New York recently, where the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights joined forces with the UN Special Rapporteur for Extreme Poverty and Inequality, Philip Alston, as well as a co-founder of Facebook. And we have started an effort now to look at how we pull together forces to actually address this problem. We are very encouraged that the UN High Commissioner's office recognized this as an issue that requires serious attention, because we are on a track now where human rights are being pushed to the side, and the power of the technology companies is just driving things forward. So the first thing is to get the right narrative, highlight what is happening to people who might not be aware that this is happening, that they are put into this choice of, you know, opting in and giving up your privacy, or opting out and not benefiting from modern communications. And then we have to develop the right framework on what kind of governmental intervention that we want. Of course, we will be very, and I don't want to say that we've arrived, but in conversations with the broader set of actors, we hope to find the right balance where governments intervene to protect the privacy considerations of their citizens.
And many people in the global south are still lagging behind in this innovation, this technological revolution. What sort of conversations are you having here at the Web Summit about reaching those people, empowering those people with technology to have the same opportunity that technology has provided in some of the rich countries of the world?
The digital divide is a very real, present and major factor which we need to address. However, it's important to recognize that even in countries that do not have high levels of technological development, say like in Morocco, right? We have had already activists in Morocco being spied upon by the company called NSO, which is an Israeli company, where they are using the spyware to, you know, impact. So even though there is mainly cell phone usage and internet usage, and nowhere the kind of, you know, smartphone access that folks in the US or Europe have, already though there's a price that people are paying. So we have to be looking at how we enhance digital access at a very basic level for people who are shut out of it, because basically 2 million people roughly in the world are in that space, and you can say, you know, 5 billion are shut out of it at the moment, right? And we need to be looking at how we create the possibilities for those that are shut out to be able to access on a progressive basis more and more of what people in the US and Europe take for granted.
And finally, Kumi, talk about the gender disparity and the use of technology. That must be something that concerns you. That's particularly a problem in the global south and developing countries coming up. How concerned are you about that, and what can be done to empower women with innovation and this technology?
Well, there's two issues here. One which impacts all women everywhere in the world. Let me deal with that. So, like, for example, Amnesty did a piece of work which was published last year called Toxic Twitter, right? And the Toxic Twitter report shows beyond any reasonable doubt that women on the Twitter, for example, experience a disproportionate level of abuse on Twitter, and women of color even more so, right? So, like, with that piece of work, we entered into a dialogue with Jack Dorsey and the leadership at Twitter. And like with Twitter, I mean, obviously Twitter doesn't want its platform to be used in that way, as they say and as others say. And with Twitter, we accept that. But our issue with them is, while they got good policies, they're not investing enough to ensure that the policies are implemented properly, that offer the right kind of protection. And when we spoke to Jack Dorsey in December, to be fair to him, he was acknowledging of it and he was committing. In fact, he said, we as Twitter have to do a lot of work to win back the trust of women on our platform. And as Amnesty, when a company makes a move like that, we are happy to stand alongside them and encourage positive behavior and improvement. Of course, women in the global south, I mean, sadly, it starts with educational access more broadly before you even think about digital access. So you know, while some people are speeding off on the information superhighway, if you want, others are left in the potholes of not being able to even be able to read and write, right? So investment in education, investment in technological access, and by the way, there are some amazing efforts in Africa and elsewhere, even in terms of investing in efforts to have more women who are trained as decoders and so on. And these are the kinds of investments that we're making, because women should not be recipients of this technology. They should be also part of creating it and bringing a genderized reality for what the technology looks like. I would say also that the technological world we live in still has sexism written all over it and still has male domination written all of it. And if we are serious about gender equality, we have to address equity for women in the digital space.
Kumi Naidu from Amnesty International, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much for
here in
having
the
us.
SDG Media Zone. Thank you.
They will put it on.
We're getting a bit of extra noise but on the, and I'll just. All right, good. We'll make a start.
It's Anna. Anna Margaret. Checking the details. Yes.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us here in the United Nations SDG Media Zone. We're broadcasting live on UN Web TV directly from the Web Summit in Lisbon, Portugal. I'm Dan Thomas. I'm the Chief Communication Officer for the UN Global Compact, and I'm pleased to be joined by Anna Gedder, the Chief Sustainability Officer from H&M, and Margaret Malloy, the Chief Marketing Officer from Siegel & Gale, a leading brand strategy firm. And we're here to talk about sustainable style and the SDGs, in the context of the SDGs, circular economies, conscious consumers demanding change in the industry that you're working in, and how companies are making fashion sustainable for all. So Anna, if I could start with you. Some studies have shown that fashion industry is the third largest carbon emitter after energy and agriculture, but it's also been cited as an exaggerated claim. How do you account for the carbon footprint of your industry?
Well, I mean, of course, there are 1,000 different ways you can count on it, but I think, I mean, the evidence is clear. The fashion industry has a big part in the climate area. I mean, for example, 10% of the global emissions come from the fashion industry. And of course, this is something that we need to recognize and they also need to address, and that we actually do. So what we have done is that we have set a goal to become climate positive by 2040. So meaning that we want to tackle the whole value chain, reduce more emissions than what is responsible for, all the way from the factories to the customers' washing machines.
And you started at the UN, I believe, as an intern, you told me just now.
Yes, I did. Back to the roots.
How has that inspired you to work on sustainability in your industry?
Well, it was actually where that interest started, because I was working with companies who were engaging with the UN in different types of development work in the markets. And that's where I also realized that not only the UN and its important agencies, but also companies could play a really important role in creating the change. And that's how I ended up where I am today.
Great, thank you. Margaret, you're the leading brand strategy firm. Why are you at the Web Summit? What are companies saying about their strategies, the sustainability agenda, the sustainable development goals, and innovation and tech?
So as Chief Marketing Officer of Siegel & Gale, I'm here at the summit to really help the participants understand the role of brand, and within brand in particular, the integral role purpose plays in engaging with consumers.
And are you finding this is an increasing activity, an increasing interest?
Absolutely. Brands are increasingly searching for a purpose that resonates with all of their constituents in terms of their customers, their suppliers, but also importantly their employees. And it's not enough just to have a brand purpose. It has to be authentic and they have to live by that purpose. And our role at Siegel & Gale is really helping brands find their purpose and articulate it in a way that's compelling for all of its constituents, and then frankly creating brand experiences that bring that purpose to life.
Anna, how do you do that at H&M? How do you engage your stakeholders and also your staff in this sort of sustainability journey that you're trying to lead in the company?
Right. So, I mean, we've been working with sustainability for the past 20 years, but what we have seen during the past years is really a sharp increase in the interest, both from consumers and from colleagues on sustainability. We know meeting those expectations will be key to our future. And I think the feedback that we get from customers and what they want the most is how to make it easy to make it right. I mean, how do you as a customer make the right choices? How does it become easy to lead a sustainable life? So our role is really to try to translate the great things that we want to do and find ways for the customers to be part of that journey. And to give you two examples, I mean, one is that we have recently launched an initiative called Take Care. It's products, services, and guidance for customers to take better care of the clothes. I mean, how do you repair them in an environmentally friendly way? How do you remove stains? How do you do different things that make them have a longer life? And we also have something called garment collecting, which means that you can hand in your unwanted clothes in an H&M store, and we will give it a new life. So all of those things are examples of how we try to bring sustainability closer to the customers and make it easier for them to make the right choices.
And yet at the same time, that means that you'll sell less clothes potentially if they're able to repair or clean them better. How does that affect your bottom line and what your shareholders expect?
Well, I mean, we are in a transformation, the whole retail industry. And if we look at the future, I mean, we don't know so much what is going to play out, but we know that by 2030, we're going to be 8.5 billion people on the planet. With the way that we are consuming resources, we will need 2 planets. So we just need to change the way of how we are consuming today. I mean, people will not be naked in 2030. So we just need to find ways of how can we provide fashion and clothes for those to enjoy? What are the new types of business models, the new types of revenue streams, the new types of transactions that can enable that? And I do think that with the size and scale that we have and with the ambitions that we have set, we really have a good chance of leading the way towards that.
Thank you. Margaret, what are companies learning from the Web Summit in terms of the innovation, the technology available to make them more sustainable? How are you seeing this revolution playing out in a place like the Web Summit?
I think there are marvelous technologies on display here, but I think the wise companies are recognizing that those are enablers, that they must, at the heart of their brand, understand what they stand for, and the technologies enable them to bring those stories to life. So technology is a tool, but without having a clear purpose, you're not using it well. And I think most of the savvy companies recognize the distinction between a tool and a story, a purpose and the technology that enables you to bring it to life for your customers.
Anna, you're a leading company. You've been doing this for 20 years, as you say. Do you think the industry is following your lead? Do you think they're going fast enough in their thinking about consumption, sustainability, their impact on climate change and the environment?
Well, I mean, I think looking at the achievements that we have done, I mean, I'm really proud of where we are. I'm also very humble of the fact that we have a long way to go, and so does the whole industry. And there are, of course, also other ones in the industry doing a great job as well. And really the key, which is why I was thinking of also picking number 17, is really because it boils down to collaboration. I mean, we're one of the world's largest fashion retailers, but we represent 2% of the market. So if we're going to have a sustainable fashion industry, we need to work together with the other 98%. And there are some in there that have the same ambitions and they want to do this as much as we do, but then a lot of others who don't want to or don't have the tools or the size and scale. So I think that the most important thing that we can do is really to use the platform that we have and make it easy, not just for the customers to be part of the journey, but also of the other actors that are in the industry. And in that way, you know, pave the way and show how things can be done. I think one example of how we try to do that is when it comes to materials, for example. Today, innovative and sustainable materials are often expensive in the beginning. So what we try to do is really to increase the demand, that increases supply and ultimately brings the prices down so that also smaller players will be able to access that.
Thank you. And Margaret, you're also, as a passion project, fascinated by fashion. What are you doing in the fashion space, and how does that relate to the sustainability agenda?
A few years ago, I started a passion project called Wearing Irish. And the premise of that project was the recognition that consumers are seeking to know the makers, they're seeking to have an appreciation for what they're wearing, they're seeking choice. And coupling that with the insight that the country of Ireland is brimming with talented fashion designers, but nobody was telling that story. And I felt, as a brand marketer who believes in storytelling, that I had a platform. So I elected to create a website, host a number of events, create the hashtag Wearing Irish to tell the world the untold story of Irish fashion designers. And really, the thought process behind that is, we live in an era where consumers have choice. And us as brand makers or brand builders, it's our duty to give the consumers access and exposure, and then make an assumption that they will exercise choice in a way that speaks to them. And fashion is one of those gorgeous ways where people can show their identity, and their choices are reflective of them. And my observation was that that opportunity to show Irish fashion wasn't available to them, so my thinking was, tell the story and let the consumers decide.
That's terrific. And Anna, finally, we've got 10 years to achieve the 2030 agenda. We're moving too slowly. The next 10 years has got to see a kind of exponential shift in the way people consume, the way businesses are run, the ambition that they're run with, the way we address the climate crisis. How do you see the next 10 years playing out? How optimistic are you that the fashion industry and your own business can play a role in driving this 2030 agenda?
Well, I am very optimistic, but also acutely aware of the critical state that we are in. But I think the movement that we have started to see during just this past year, not least in terms of climate, I think really is a promise to what we can expect from the future. And I mean, I must say that looking into, the goals that we have set, we know that these are very, ambitious, and that we will need a lot to make it happen. But thinking about what we are seeing right now, I do feel quite confident that we're going to get there. And I think especially with the younger generation that are now entering the market, placing completely different demands on companies, on the governments and many others to act, I think that force and that mobilization is going to be fantastic, and a great opportunity for companies like us who really want to sort of use that force and take the lead.
Well, Anna Gedda, Chief Sustainability Officer from H&M, and Margaret Malloy, CMO from Siegel & Gell, thank you so much for joining us here at the Web Summit at the UN SDG Media Zone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you very much.
was fighting so hard.
Thank you. So you have to hold these fairly close to your mouth. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us here, live in the United Nations SDG Media Zone. We're here live at the Web Summit in Lisbon, Portugal, going out on social media channels, on UN Web TV. And I'm pleased to say we're actually trending, our hashtag SDG Live is trending on social media right now. So we're coming at a good time. This is our last session after 3 days of broadcasting here at the Web Summit. And I'm very pleased to be joined by Jane Wakely, the lead CMO from Mars Incorporated, and Boaz Paldi, the Global Engagement and Partnership Manager for the United Nations Development Programme. I'm Dan Thomas, the UN Global Compact's Chief Communication Officer, and we're here to have a discussion about protecting the lion's share and life on land. So, Boaz, first of all, if I may ask you, tell us about the lion's share. You know, what is it? How has this partnership developed?
The lion's share is essentially a very simple idea. Animals appear in advertisement for about 150 years. They sell our products extremely well. They sell our products so well that, in fact, 20% of all global advertisement includes animals in it. That equals to about $118 billion a year in ad spend. That's an enormous amount of money. At the same time, as we have come to realize, there's a very, very severe crisis in nature. We're losing species at an unprecedented rate. And if we don't take action immediately now, we will lose over 1 million species over the next decade. But it's only part of a larger problem that we're facing in the environment of the world. What the lion's share is doing is creating a mechanism for brands, for companies, for advertisers to get involved and be part of the solution by donating a small percentage of their media spend each time they use an ad with animals. So if you use a lion, you donate to the fund. If you use a cat, you donate to the fund. And if you use a mouse, it does all animals for all animals is what we'd like to say. And so every time that an animal is used in an ad, they have positive impact on the planet.
Thank you. And Jane, Mars was one of the first companies to get behind this initiative. Why did you see the value of joining this? Why did you think it was important as a brand and as a company?
I think first, when the creators of the idea, Rob and Chris from Finch, together with Boaz, shared the idea with us, honestly, I just thought it was brilliant. So, you know, the first reason to get involved was it's brilliantly creative and it's simple and it's got the potential to make a massive difference. The second reason is it deeply connects with Mars' own purpose. You know, the world we want tomorrow starts with how we do business today, is how we phrase, how we want to show up in the world. And we've got a sustainable in a generation plan, which basically uses the framework of the United Nations SDGs and uses a very scientific-based approach to say what's our fair share of delivering to those goals. And we take that very seriously. And when we heard about the lion's share, we realized this is a brilliant additional way for us to deliver versus those goals. And they're often a restorative part of our sustainability strategy. So we're excited for that reason. And finally, although most people know Mars for our confectionery brands, things like M&M's, Snickers, Twix, the reality is we're the largest pet care company in the world as well. And from our experience of companion animals over the years, we have a deeply held belief and passion that animals make our world a better place and actually make humans better as well. So it's that sort of passion and that intuitive feel that got us, you know, saying, absolutely, we want to help the UNDP get this off the ground and create a movement for other companies to get involved.
So it's not just wild animals being featured in television commercials, it's domestic animals and pets as well. And congratulations, I gather you've won a few awards. Tell us about the awards. Why do you think you've won those awards with this initiative?
I think we won the Grand Prix in Cannes, the Sustainability Grand Prix in Cannes, and what the juror president said that this was a real way that we are showing impact. And although we're only a year old, we already have projects working on the ground. We are already showing that kind of impact that this fund could have. Our ambition is to raise $100 million a year because we know that that's what we need to have significant impact on the planet. But right now, with Mars's very generous donation and a few other companies that have come on board, we can already show action. And I think that's what really got the Cannes Lions jury, was the fact that it was scalable and it was already a sustainable way of doing business. Last night we won another award. I'm very, very happy to tell you that we won the White Pencil for Impact at the DNAD in New York. It's one of the more coveted awards of the advertisement world, and it really shows that the advertising community, that this is really at its heart is an advertisement initiative. The co-founder of the Lion's Share, Chris Nelius, calls it sustainable advertisement. And so that community of the advertising world has really now endorsed the Lion's Share as an impactful way to move forward in advertisement.
And how do the advertisers react? I mean, are they happy to pay their share to the Lion's Share when they're doing this?
I mean, it's a donation. It's not a law or a regulation, so you have to become part of the Lion's Share. So it's a choice. But I think, look, we want to create a consumer movement from this. And I think our consumers want us to do more as companies. They want us, they're relying on brands and companies to step up to the plate and deliver against the UN's SDGs. So I think the call to action is clear. And the reason we're at the Web Summit and we got invited to share the idea on the main stage was, the belief from the industry that we need to create a movement. We need many more brands, media companies, tech companies, fintech companies to bring their unique skills, their innovation. And what we're finding as new partners join is they do, not only donate, but bring new innovative ideas of how we can take the movement forward. And that's what excites us. And I think, honestly, with the world's trickiest problems, including climate change and biodiversity loss, the only way as human beings we're really going to face into them is to create what we call uncommon collaboration. No one company can do this alone. We have to collaborate. And I think what the UNDP have done a brilliant job of is put players together. NGOs, media companies, creative companies, tech companies, and use that creative spirit and those diverse skills to find new ways to overcome the problem. And that's what excites us.
Thank you. And Boaz, how do you use the money at UNDP? Where does the money go? How is it used? How is it used to achieve this broader sustainability agenda?
So we are really going to use the funds and are using the funds already for systemic change that really affects and impacts the biodiversity crisis, wherever that is. That biodiversity crisis is very, very closely linked, as we now know, to the climate emergency. It's not enough for us to reduce emissions. It's not enough for us to really kind of curb emissions even to zero. We'll still get beyond the 1.5 degrees even if we do that at this point of the game. What we need to do is also to protect our planet. In fact, we need to protect 30% of all our land and all our seas on the planet, and the scientists show that if we do that, then we can bring the trends back down to 1.5, and it's a livable solution. If we go beyond those 1.5 degrees, I think we're looking at a very dystopian, Mad Maxy world out there, and we don't want to reach that point. So we have very little time to do this on. So what we're doing with the money is really kind of trying to have transformational change on the ground. We've had a project that we've done with a few NGO partners on the ground in the Nyassa Reserve. With a very small amount of money of only $50,000, we upgraded the communication equipment of the rangers in the Nyassa Reserve. Their communication equipment was out of date, and we upgraded to digital. And we're very happy to celebrate with the partners that we're in this reserve, zero poaching for a year in Nyassa because of that change.
So the money was not big. We didn't spend an enormous amount of money on, but the impact is huge. They were losing 200 elephants per year in the Nyasa Reserve. Now they're losing 0. So that's the kind of impacts we want to show. Another area that we're very, very keen to be working in and very happy to work in is the Lasor ecosystem in Indonesia. In the Lasor ecosystem in Indonesia, what we've done is that together again with partners, we've purchased 360 hectares of disused palm oil plantation, and we're rehabilitating that portion of land back into the forest. Of course, we're very keenly aware that there are local populations that live on that land and rely on the forest for their income. So what we're doing is changing that. We're changing the way that they sustain themselves through vocational training, through ecotourism, through various means, and really kind of trying to create a life for them that's not relied on the forest, that they don't have to burn down the forest in order to grow food, that they don't have to poach in order to sustain their families. It's hard. There's a huge poverty problem here as well, and we're trying to address that as well. So you can see already that the lion's share really addresses a lot of the sustainable development goals. We've counted. It's 13 out of the 17 that we can directly relate to. But really, it's how we impact these landscapes that are suffering in this crisis.
Well, Boaz Paldi from the UN Development Programme, Jane Wakely from Mars Incorporated, thank you so much for joining us here to tell us about the lion's share. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done. Thank you.